Hey kids, we're back. This is Guitar Quackery Live you're watching. Live on YouTube, on the Guitar Quackery Live YouTube channel. A live stream. Well, live stream means that we're live, obviously. So, I'm going to copy and paste this link. Just a moment, please, to send it to the customer. So the customer can watch as well. All right, so there it goes. Part 7, Hi-Flier guitar. Okay, the guitar is on the workbench right here. I've been having some issues with the internet, and it seems like it's working now. Let me see if the switcher works. Yep, all right, so that's the guitar right here. And today we'll be working on the nut and the headstock. So you can see that there's a string tree here that a technician installed. Yeah, but I looked at a Hi-Flier guitar that was listed on the Chicago Music Exchange, and I looked at the headstock, and what I saw was this. So the way that this guitar was strung when I got it, when the customer dropped it off, was as follows. I'll show you. So I'll use this red string. So the E string was strung from the nut onto the E tuning post. The A string like this, the D string like this, and so on. Well, it turns out that this is wrong. So let's remove one of those string trees, this one, which doesn't belong. So I thought first that the previous technician installed all 3 of them like this. Well, no, he just added this one to the center. So the way that this guitar needs to be strung is like this. So this one goes straight from the nut onto the tuning machine, not through the string tree. This one we need to turn a little bit. Okay. This one like this from the A string. So now I'm testing basically just to see if the alignments of these are okay. Now this one, same thing, right? Like that, through here, and like this. Okay, so that's how it goes. So the side, on the bass side, works fine. Now let's test the treble side. So the high E should go straight like this. That's kind of weird. But I'm looking from the side, and well, if we put a couple of wraps, it'll have enough of a break angle. But I do agree that this string tree is really close to here. So now let's test this one. So we're going to go like this. under the string. And this one should go like that. So not perfect, but you know, this is where they put it. And then we have the G string like this. And goes like this. So this is what I'm going to try to do when I restring the guitar, which I will do first using a sacrificial set of strings to work on the nut. Dr. Jeffrey Boyle is in the house. Dr. Sean Johnson 2255 says thanks for the live stream. I've been enjoying them. Thank you very much. Gotta run. I'm at a football game with my daughter, but I'll catch the replay. Okay, no problem. Enjoy the football game and enjoy time with your daughter. And thanks for dropping by. No problem. Dr. or Mr. Fats Variety Vibe Show says, hi, peeps. And then Dr. David Sherling says, hello, doctors. Yeah. Hi. So I need to determine if I need to reassess if we're going to change the nut or not. So initially, when the customer dropped off the guitar, and you know, I see so many guitars, I sometimes get things mixed up a little bit in my head. So initially, when the customer dropped off the guitar, I looked at the nut and it said, you know, and the string was too close to the edge. So we knew about the bridge, but also the nut was not fabulous. So I said, you know, let's change the nut. It's also because, well, the string spread on the nut is kind of putting this string very close to the edge. All right, so let's do one thing at a time because I really need to think through this one. So this is a set of sacrificial strings I prepared. I have that big dispenser bulk, 25 sets of strings in one. The box, I don't really like that box, so I take them out and I roll them up like this. But those are, as you can see, the Dario strings. You can tell because of this, all right? But they're not the coated ones. Because for sacrificial strings, we want to use, you know, the cheapest strings we can find. All right, so let's put the strings on this guitar. This is just regular restringing, which every guitar player should know how to do. Although, I do have to admit that sometimes, you know, on some guitars, many would benefit from more technical restringing. I don't want to use the word professional because that means nothing. That just means that someone charges you for the service. But yeah, let's use the word technical. Because some guitars are not like other guitars. Every guitar is different. Some guitars have technical issues that other guitars or most guitars might not have. And in those cases, such as, let's say, a Bigsby equipped guitar, I'll make a video one day about that. I guess for the main channel, Guitar Quackery. So we've been having some issues with the internet here. And to be honest with you, it's still not 100% resolved. This is why this is here. So I'm not going to get into it. But yeah, I'm still working on it. but we are streaming. Dr. Bayrov is here. Yo. He says, yo, I've been looking at the Z technique when stringing. That's what we're going to do now. But I have a technique that I didn't invent, but not many people use for the Bigsby. And I'm not really sure that other people, the very few people who use that technique, use it specifically for the Bigsby. But I occasionally get guitars with strings put on that way. So I know that I'm not the only one that's using that technique. And I don't want to show you here because this is not practical right now. Here, I'll just use the straightforward, whatever you want to call it, Z technique. Oh, you know what? Let's orient the tuning machines this way. All right. All right, when I measure up and put it through. Right, so the Z technique is when you kick it like this and you also kick this one, right? That's what you call Z. So this one is not going to go through the string tree. This will give me the opportunity. So for those of you who missed the beginning of this live stream, you know, I mean, this is, the position of this is very weird. And yeah, I don't agree with it. So logically, you would think it goes like this, right? But this is actually meant for this tuning post, and this one for this one. So it's in the wrong spot, man. How they make these guitars. So this is, you know, when factories hire people and they don't really train them well, and then people try to figure out how to do these things, how to build guitars. We have a roller bridge that I installed here. So the original bridge is long lost. So yeah, friends, I don't know what to do about, okay, so that's Z, right? Is that what you call Z? So this one should go through the string tree. So this one isn't going through the string tree right now. All right. And now the G string. And here I just kind of eyeball it here. So, like that. So, I don't like to lock the string when I do like a nut job, because these are just the sacrificial strings that we might need to remove and reinstall, whatever. Not sure, right? So I don't like to lock the string for that, but I might do a lock on the final, because we do have a vibrato system. Which we call tremolo, which is a misnomer. It's a vibrato. Did you know that? So tremolo is a system that varies the pitch, no, the volume, tremolo. And vibrato is when it varies the pitch. So that's a vibrato system. But I read in a book, I think it's a book titled I have it at home. Great book. I read it 1.5 times, which means I wanted to reread the book, and then kind of started rereading it, but then I didn't finish. A great book. What's the title of the book? Amplified, I think. So it's about the history of electric guitars. And I think I read it in that book that when Leo Fender, yeah, look, that's so bad. So again, this string tree is too close to the string. So the E string is not supposed to go through the string tree. It's reserved for the A and the D strings. According to an image I just looked at on the internet of the same guitar listed on the Chicago Music Exchange website. You can check it out yourself. Okay. So now this one is supposed to go through the string tree. Oops. So kind of works. Better than on the treble side. And here, once again, I do this. So if I'm not mistaken, this customer brought a pack of String Joy strings. So I'm using these as sacrificial strings because we need to work on the nut. Sacrificial means that they'll be thrown away. So now I'm testing to see if we have a sufficient break angle without the string tree here. A very small break angle. And I guess we can put both strings through this string tree. I guess it wouldn't hurt. It's kind of weird. But to me, this was even more weird to have a string tree here. So all we need to do really is move this string tree a little bit this way. Easier said than done because there's already a hole there and we got a drill right next to that hole. All right, we're not going to do that. So okay, so now let's reassess this nut. So either we're doing some improvements to the original nut or we're making a new nut. If we end up making a new nut, we are going to use bone. Let's see. So I got some blank pieces. All right, let's look at this later if we need to. Okay. So, yeah. So I think this string is kind of close to the edge. And we need to kind of see if it's slipping still. So one thing about this nut is that it's still not glued. It's actually too wide. You see, if I align this edge and I move it like this, you can see that it sticks out here, okay, by a noticeable amount, right? You see that? And if I align this edge, then this is definitely too close. So let's push it here in this direction. Okay, and now just trying to decide if that's going to be slipping. So the other problem was that the entire bridge was installed incorrectly. So the bridge posts were kind of, would that be south, whatever, east, and that also put the string too close to the edge initially. Now this pickup was aligned with the strings the way they were, and now it's misaligned. So we also have to deal with this later. I don't know. Let's see. If I just kind of play this string. It's still kind of close. So the other reason it's kind of slipping is those are rolled edges. And the way the frets are shaped also. So we'll do a simple test here as part of the assessment or reassessment. So what I'll do is I'm just going to push this entire nut a little further in this direction. Because if I cut a new nut, it's going to have a narrower, and that's what I initially remember discussing with the customer, string spread, right? String spacing. So now we have this distance, and now honestly this is safer. It just feels better. So I am, yeah, definitely. I'm leaning in the direction of cutting a new nut. Okay. I think that's what we need to do. And what I'll do right now is this. Front desk? Oh, that's the front desk. So no one's here. What do you need? Huh? Yeah. So I don't know where he went because I'm not music makers, right? So I don't know the answer. He probably is doing something. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So here, I'm going to put a tape there so I can draw on the tape. Right here. Okay. And I'll use this pencil. Why don't I just draw the edge of the string like here? All right. Now this puts this string too close to the edge, which means we need something like this. Okay. I think that's okay. So that would be, see, I'm holding the pencil at an angle. Like that. And now, if we look through the microscope, this is where I want the center of this string to be. Okay. And on this side, yeah. So I did draw at an angle like that. Is that clear? Yeah, it is. All right, so I made a little dent in the tape here. Okay, and that's going to be my position of the two E strings on the new nut. So now we first need to cut a blank. All right, let me think through this just a second here, because we also need to deal with the pickup, and I actually wonder if it would be more cost-effective or time effective to do a little bit of work now when the strings are on. Well, the strings will be on later as well, but let me just do something real quick here. Yes, so friends, just for those of you who are here for the first time, the young lady was asking me about something. So I'm here, Guitar Quackery, right? This space is just a repair shop. And I rent this little space from the big music studio that's here, right? Called Music Makers. And she didn't realize that I'm not Music Makers, right? And some of you watching might not know exactly what the deal is here. Okay, so I moved this pickup a little bit towards me, and now I need to kind of mark some spots for the new holes. And I'll use tape again. This time, let me use this yellow tape. It's actually better for penciling in. Let's see. All right. I should have used the yellow tape there as well. Okay, stay put. Okay. And on the other side. Okay. So now I'm just going to find the position, and will this work? maybe. Let's see. So the pole pieces aren't really aligning with the strings. In other words, the spread on the pole pieces is smaller than the string spread. So I just do my best. You know, the two in the center are aligned, and the two E's are, you know, not, the strings aren't going through the center of those pole pieces, but at least all 6 of them are right under the strings. Just like I thought, this broke. All right, so I need to find a drill bit that's the exact diameter as the holes. So this is a great set that every shop should have. I think it's 116 or so drill bits. Let me see. Okay, drill bit set, 115 pieces. So I'm going to put a link in the description. Those are Amazon affiliate links, which means I get paid a small commission at no extra cost to you. I'm required to disclose that according to Amazon terms. Okay, so how about this one, 33 gauge. I'm just trying to find the one that's, oh, actually I was right the first time. 33 gauge, 32 gauge, which is bigger, does not fit through the holes. Okay, so, all right, this didn't move. I am simply going to hold it down and just kind of twist it counterclockwise. Well, does it actually go all the way through? Kind of gets stuck halfway, midway. Okay, so I need the smaller one, which is a 34 gauge. And that gets stuck halfway. So I think the holes aren't cylinders, they're cone shape. Always something. So 35 gauge, which is smaller than 33 or 34. Okay, I think this sinks all the way to the bottom. And I'm twisting it counterclockwise a little bit. It really gets stuck inside. It doesn't even fit through this hole or through this hole. Okay, so all holes are different sizes. I'm going to skip a gauge. This is 37 gauge because they even look smaller. And even that doesn't fit through. Let's do 39. Okay. That's that. That's that. And you know what I should have done? Just to make sure I'm not moving anything. Where's my mechanical pencil here? Okay. So now, just move it a little bit. And yep, okay, so the holes are So we don't really have a choice. We need to drill this. This is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that this hole, the drill bit hit it right here. And my right here and here. And on this one, so this tape is in the way here. Can't move the pickup because of the tape. So we have it here. Is that it? Let's do it again. What did we have? A 35 gauge? Yeah, there's like a pre-existing hole here. This was all drilled multiple times already. All right, no problem. So we can just resolve this pickup alignment right now. Since I have the drill bits right here. Let's see what size drill bit we're going to use for this. A very small one. Maybe even small. So I like to look at it this way. So you see the diameter, the inside diameter of the screw. So I like the drill bit to be a little bit smaller than that. So we also need to make sure that it fits in the chuck, because if it's too small, it doesn't. Okay, so there's still, the chuck grabs it. Smaller size now. A little smaller, if we can work with it. Maybe see if it fits in the chuck. Yeah. You can see, right? So it's a little bit smaller than the core of this screw. How about this one, even smaller? Okay. All right, let's drill. Well, See, that's a problem, right? When things are already kind of like drilled a few times. So I got to start at an angle. All right. This side is already drilled. Okay. And now we can install the pickup, and it will be aligned with the strings. Yeah, I can see that already. So I am aiming for the hole. So this hole is a little iffy because there's a hole already there. There's actually a couple of holes. So I think this screw might need to be slightly angled. But the way the pickup was moved, just where it was before, that screw was not even screwed into anything. It was just hugging the edge of the routed cavity. Now, at least, I guess it'll go through a hole. There you go. Because these aren't the original pickups, so that might be the screw hole from the original cover. I don't know. Okay, so we resolved the pickup alignment. Now, let's find a bone blank for the nut. We're going to have to cut it. So it's a fairly narrow nut. And I wonder if we can use a kind of wide saddle blank for an acoustic guitar and cut it into a nut. Let me think for a second. Let's see what I got here. I think it's going to be too narrow. I think the saddle blank is going to be too narrow. All right. We'll see. So we need to remove the strings. So for this job, I like to use this neck rest. You'll see why in a moment, unless you already know the answer. The reason. All right. That's it. We can put the strings like that. Okay. All right. Now, I'll remove the truss rod cover. So during the last live stream, sorry I wasted a little bit of time, but you know, so this knot was very narrow, and I put some tape on the what is it, the front or the back, whatever, of the truss rod cover to hold it against the truss rod cover. So I guess thinking that we're going to keep this knot. But no, that was the main reason why that we are servicing this guitar to begin with. Yeah, so now there's no other way to find out. We need to open this. Yeah. So it's a little thicker than this. So now the question is it the right thickness? So now I do need to put this back. With these screws? I guess, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I need to remove that tape that we put there. So this was the green tape I put there. We don't want it now that we're making a new knot. All right. So hopefully it's nice and tight, but it isn't. So I want it to be nice and tight. It should be nice and tight. I have this here, but that's not high enough. What about this? Yep, I guess we can cut this one into a knot. But as you can see, it's much thicker. So what I want to do is, well, we'll cut it. That's bone. So first I'll cut it a little shorter. How about right here? Okay, but longer than we need. We're still keeping it oversized. First I'll cut it like that. Okay. And then we'll cut it lengthwise. Should be fun. So the tool to use is going to be this razor saw. Let me add a link. Okay, saw. X-Acto razor saw set. It comes in a set. So I'm editing this description, adding links. People want to know what tools I use. Okay. People hate when I tie a knot at the post. Yeah. Dr. Stefan says hi to all and hello. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but sometimes it is beneficial to tie it, like for a Bixby. Like I said, that's something I'm going to make a video about that one day. And I might do it with the string joy strings on this one in the next live stream when we are finishing the setup, I guess. Okay, so I like to use a big vise to hold a little vise. And I guess it's always a good idea to put the guitar away. Right here. Okay. No one's going to touch it. It's right here. Where's the little vise? I had it. I just had it. I was just moving it around right before the live stream. Do I see it anywhere? Excuse me. Oh, here it is. Yeah. All right. So this is, you know, the big vise is nice and heavy, so nothing wiggles. And the little vise is nice and cute. It's actually better for shaping a knot, right? Okay. Here we go. So the way I like to start is like this. I just use this hexagonal shape. I will show you a close-up. It's just a little hack I came up with. So this is, I can put it a little bit deeper, but I try to keep it parallel to the jaws as much as possible. Okay. And now I use this. I push it against the one side and I hold it down. Okay. And that's my guide. I hope this makes sense. And once I have, you know, once I go like at least 1/2 millimeter deep, I can remove it. Continue. Like I said, this is going to be a bit oversized intentionally. So I don't want this to fracture in a way that is going to be unusable, right? That's one of the reasons why I keep it oversized. So now I can place the blade here. Sometimes it fractures, I can't help it, but okay, no fracture. Okay, that's it. I don't need this. Okay. Now we're going to have to cut it lengthwise, which is why I wanted to make it shorter first. Makes the next cut easier. So yes, you can achieve the same thing with the disc sander or the belt sander, but then, you know, you're releasing a lot of bone dust into the air. All right, so I like to first cut it down. Okay, so let me think about this one. Okay, I have an idea how we're going to do this. I've done it before, but kind of every situation is a bit different. So we'll cut it lengthwise like this. Okay, so I'm holding it like this so that I can do this. And you see that's a bit tricky. Okay, so now I want it to be wider than this, right? So I want it wider than this, and I'm just going to shim this with a shim, obviously. The question is, what shim? Well, I also have this piece. Now, the reason I can't use this piece is because of this. So this is natural bone, and you can see that this part of the bone was not good, right? But I think this would have been like the perfect. No, it's kind of like too short this way. But you see, it's not tall enough. But I bet if I place this into that slot, yeah, it doesn't even fit inside. So it's a bit wider. That's kind of the size we want to end up with. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. So we have this shim and this. I'm going to put this against this. Oh, and it's the same. Actually, this is a little bit more. Okay. So we might be able to do something like this. And I would want it to be even wider than this by a fraction. So let me see. This is a little bit thicker. Okay. Okay. Now, with the tip of the saw, I start making an incision, and I hug this edge of the saw to the edge of the piece that I'm using here, this piece. And I can also start to cut into these corners. And you know, friends, if this fails, we're just going to have to do it again. But this now started cutting into the bone. And it's oversized intentionally. Okay? Now we can raise it up. Now, the challenge is to make sure that the saw doesn't cut at an angle. Or, you know, it is cutting at an angle. It needs to be the 90-degree angle. And this is 90 degrees. So what I want to do is release this a little bit. Just enough to push it against the jaw. So here is where I think it'll be beneficial to use this vise straight up. You'll see why. So this one is a bit stiff, which I guess is a good thing. Okay, so it's not very tight yet. We want to just push it flush. Okay, and tighten it. Make sure it's flush. Because what I want to do now is I want to hold something that I know to be square against the saw blade. Something of a bigger size than this. Let me think for a moment. What do I have? we'll improvise. That's a nut blank. That's another bone blank. I'm not sure that it's exactly 90 degrees. It feels a little bit off to me. Let me see what I got. Well, this nut blank is. All right, I think this might be okay. Maybe I have something else. And then there's also my, intuitive alignment of my body. I'll also use that. All right, I think this will do the trick. This is why I'm cutting it a little bit oversized. So if it's not exactly 90 degrees, we'll be able to sand it down. Well, we're going to have to sand it down anyway, but we'll talk about that later. Okay. Okay. Let's do it. So this is my alignment block. So we already cut into this corner, and we already cut a groove. So I guess I can cut it just a little deeper. Okay, and now I put it against this. So this is why I wanted to use this vise, because this jaw is wider than this, which comes to a point, right? So that I can put the block on top of the jaw. And now I'm just looking at this side. I don't want to see a gap there, right? So the camera is on the wrong side, but I think you can understand what it is that I'm trying to do. So I'm kind of twisting my wrist maybe slightly counterclockwise, my right wrist, to make sure that I'm aligning it against the top edge of my alignment block. Cutting into the corner. Now cutting into this corner. Also, we want to reduce the sanding on a power tool to the minimum, because sometimes excessive sanding, if you're too aggressive, it also burns into the bone and it produces burn marks. We see that happen sometimes. All right. So we have this. I'm going to go freehand just a little bit to cut into the. So right now the cut isn't straight, right? Isn't horizontal. It's curved. So I want to cut into into the highest point. Okay. So you see my technique. I cut into the corners, right? I keep alternating. I think that helps to keep it at a 90-degree angle. I can't really put the camera on this side because it's going to be in my way. But yeah, I'm basically making sure that I don't see a gap on this side, right? And then my thumb is right here as well, so no gap. Now I'm cutting straight into the highest point, right? Now, I kind of want to know how deep I am, so I'm looking at this point. So once I pass half point, I'm going to have to raise the workpiece, right? And I won't be able to use this anymore. And then I think I'm going to end up flipping it as well. Let's see how it goes. Now this, I don't expect this to be exactly 90 degrees, right? I'm not a machine. But we will flatten the surface on a disc sander once we cut through. Okay, so now I'm looking at the edge, so I'm not at a half point just yet. Now, at the Guitar Quackery fabrication shop, I have a milling machine, so I could do this on the milling machine, but I'm not there, so I'm doing it here with this equipment. Okay, let's see. We have 9 viewers. Well, I hope you are enjoying the show. Let me think for a second. Something crossed my mind. Gotta make a short Instagram video. All right. It's all part of the business. The only thing is we have this background music, which you can't hear. I think this will help. Like that. How does it look? Looks okay, right? Whatever. I also need a little bit of a mental break from this. Camera, video, and now mirroring. I need this screen so that I can use the front camera, or is that the back camera? Whatever, the main camera, which is the good camera, right? So I put this here. Now I can use this camera. 1, 2, 1, 2, okay. All right. Let's see. I might like do a camera switch for this, just to show the kids on Instagram what we do here. Hey kids, this is a short video from Guitar Quackery. I am doing this. I am cutting a nut. I see the focus is no good, so I got to start with close-up. Hey kids, we're cutting a bone nut for a guitar here at Guitar Quackery, the smallest guitar repair shop in New York City. Check this out. So I have this blank bone here in this vise, and I'm using this X-Acto razor saw to cut through. So this takes a few minutes. Once I'm done with that, I will place the blank into this vise and do the final shaping on the disc sander. This is all being live streamed as we speak. You can see me right there, and the viewers can see close-ups as I work, like this, right? So this is what they see as we speak. And you can also join these live streams on the Guitar Quackery Live YouTube channel. But for detailed instructions, edited videos, just go to the Guitar Quackery YouTube channel. Okay, so there are two channels. Guitar Quackery, that's the main channel, and the other one is Guitar Quackery Live on YouTube, both on YouTube, for live streaming from the guitar repair bench. See you on YouTube. All right, I had to do this. So yeah, you were looking at this right now, but the short video. Yeah. Stop mirroring. I might do another one later. So I used to call this a guitar repair shop with a YouTube studio. Now I call it a YouTube studio with a guitar repair shop. The other way around. Let's continue. We got work to do. Okay. So, here we go. Oh, I need this on this side, I guess. It's going to take a few more minutes to cut through. Oh, and by the way, I hit 10,000 followers on Instagram yesterday. I saw it happen. It happened right in front of my eyes. It went from 9999 to 10K as I refreshed. I wish I had recorded my screen, but nah, it's too late. I'm gonna have to remember to record my screen when it goes from 999 to 100K. No, 99,999. Yeah, that's it. So that's 5 nines. So I can go past half point, right? And this blank is still not going to be collapsing. Yeah, you know, I could actually edit together a 3-minute reel for Instagram. I haven't really done any real editing on Instagram. I mean, just a little bit. Because I just want to put out the videos without doing too much work. I already do too much work on YouTube. So I'm just going to use my best judgment and intuition to decide when to move this workpiece up or maybe flip it. Let me see. Well, I can always put it back this way. So let's see if I can flip it now. Oh, that's what I meant to do. Okay. Yeah, you see I cut through. So we can do this now. I'll flip it. Okay. And we'll use the same shims. What did we use? This, and this, right? Oh, come on. Yeah. Is this how we did it? Yeah. And once again, I'm using the tip of this blade to make my first scratch incision. Check this out. Okay. And same thing. I'm just gonna push it down. Okay, so it went too far down here. Oh, but I have a little hump here from my previous cut. All right, no problem. Okay. And same thing. So I already have that little incision, right? So we start slow. And because it's aligning, it tells me that I was cutting at least very close to 90 degrees perpendicular. So this is structurally compromised, right? We have an incision at the bottom. So this is different now. So let me think about something. Our height will be this, and this is our flat surface. This is our surface that's slightly compromised because of the previous cut. So that's going to be the surface that's going to be placed onto the nut shelf. And that's going to be the back of the nut. This is going to be the front, touching the fingerboard. Let me see what's the best way to finish it. I think at this point, I want to finish it on the little vise. Oh, we have all this bone dust here. Okay, let me see. Like this, cutting a little more gently. Okay. We don't want to have any fractures. We want to avoid fractures if we can. Oh, there you go. Okay. So we have a little protrusion here, but that's not a big deal. Let's see. Okay. You can see that. That's a little too much light. You can see that. Okay. So it broke off the correct way, right? So which means the other the scrap part has a dimple because this one has a protrusion, and this is easy to remedy. The sandpaper. That's it. Okay. Now we want to mark off our good sides. So I'm just gonna put a pencil mark like this and like this. These are our good sides, okay? And these are the two sides that we're keeping for now. We're not sanding them down, okay? We're gonna sand down this side, and then eventually this one as well. So the way we'll do this is on the belt sand, on the disc sander. So we'll need this vise in a few minutes. So let me put it here. Okay. Let me see how much it's oversized, roughly. Not by much. I wonder if we should do it on the disc sander or by hand. Let me see. So I have this disc sander right here. And because we're just slightly oversized, it's not going to be releasing a whole bunch of dust into the air. Okay, where's my workpiece? So first, we want to make sure that we have a good alignment on our power tool. And I just made sure, okay? So this is 90 degrees, right? And now let's mount, where's my workpiece? Oh, here it is, okay. I do this so that we can see exactly where we're removing material. And you know, I almost feel like, so what I'm doing now is I am actually pulling this belt so that here, as I'm pulling the belt, the disc is turning. I don't want to be too aggressive because we're only going to end up removing a tiny bit of material. And you can see here exactly where we're removing to make it a true surface at 90 degrees, right? Okay, so it wasn't 100% true, but we're getting there. Just a little bit more, and it'll be, you know, true. I think we're good. All right. So for now, we no longer need the power tool. Well, I guess we used it in manual mode. Didn't even have to plug it in. Let me put it away for now. Oh, back over here. All right, so let me clear my workbench first. Okay. So that's our scrap. And if I need it for something, this goes back. I will restaple it later. And I need a sip of water. Are you enjoying the show so far? Thank you, Dr. Jeffrey. He reminded everyone to hit the like button. Yeah, thank you. I got how many likes? Only 4, but 9 watching. I think some people might be just running the live stream and cooking or something. But yeah, if you like it so far, hit the like button. This way YouTube keeps pushing these videos more. Educational content. All right. We are making progress slowly. It's It's not easy to be a guitar repair technician. It's a hard life. No, I'm not joking. Easier to be a plumber, I think. So, now we put the guitar back on the workbench, and we are going to be making slight adjustments to the thickness of this blank to fit it between the face of the fingerboard and the back end of the truss rod cover. We might need the microscope, I don't know. Okay. And if we do, you will have this view. Okay. Great. This is, looks good. Yeah. All right. So we have this, and let's put this camera here. Maybe a little bit too much light. Are we good? Yeah, I think we're good. All right. So now we got to bring out the sanding block. All right, this is a piece of glass. It's just a glass shelf I found on the street. I found a few of them, actually. And yeah, I made this sanding block. Okay. And now we try to fit it inside, right? So, so here's the thing. We marked off the positions, the sides. So this is going to be this face. And the one with this mark is going to be on the bottom, right? So we always want to keep it in the same orientation. And now it still doesn't fit through. So just for fun, let me see if it doesn't fit this way either. Okay? So all we got to do now is this. Now, even distribution of pressure is critical, critical, and crucial. Okay? And we just keep adjusting this. Now, you know what? I have a crazy idea. How about instead of sanding down this, if we trim this a little bit, I think that would actually be better. What do you think, guys? I kind of like the idea of having a slightly wider nut. Let's see. What is the measurement? Because we have a fender nut would be 1/8 of an inch. That's the measurement, which is about 3 millimeters. And this is 3.75. So I guess we can keep sanding it down a little bit. You see that I'm moving my whole body like this? Okay. That's intentional. And it's not to lose weight. It's to keep it parallel. Now, I'm just testing it this way just to make sure that I'm keeping everything parallel, and yeah. I don't want to do this on a disc sander at full power because it's just so easy to overcut. Now, I actually want it to be really tight. So let's see how much we're missing here. Almost nothing. Yeah. So at this point, I actually wonder if it would be better to, loosen this. So let me move the microscope away. Put it here. And now tighten it. And you know what? I like that. Because these two countersunk holes, when you tighten these screws, it just pulls the whole cover in this direction. I think we're good like this now. All right, so we have this. Now I am going to pick one side. Oh, it's really nice and tight. I like it. Let me see. So this is the back. I'm going to pick this side to be almost flush, okay? Let's do this. And we really want it to be seated all the way. Okay? And now we have a half pencil. I keep it away from my tools hanging on the wall. My tools aren't hanging on the walls. I don't like heavy tools on the wall, above the guitars. But I need to vacuum this a little bit. And we also need to check that our blank is seated all the way. So that's important. Looks good on this side. See? We're going to have to make a small adjustment on I think the nut shelf still has a little bit of uneven something on it, or maybe it's curved a little bit. So we'll make a small adjustment. Like I said, I have a half pencil here. So it's a carpenter's pencil. Dr. Fictionado says, hello, doctor. Hello to you, doctor. So this is a, half pencil. And this is what we do with it. We place it here. And this is, the strings should not go any lower than this marking. Okay. But that's not where we're going to cut it, right? So where are we going to cut it? Well, we're going to cut it higher than that. Where do I have this thing? Here. So I have these wedges. One is for the bass guitar. This is for a guitar. Okay. And I am going to, is the exposure really dark here now? This camera? Yeah. Why did it change the shutter speed? Touch screen. Maybe I touched something. All right. Okay, so friends, so I think there's just too much light from the microscope. Why isn't this adjusting? Now it adjusted it. All right. It's slow. So this is a straight edge, right? Now I have a tape here, which is going to throw off my measurements. So normally I would measure it here, but all right, let's measure it here. So I put this here, and you see how deep this can go. Not even up to the first check mark. So I'm going to move it in this direction a little bit. I always want to cut it a little bit oversized, and this is flexible, right? And now maybe even more oversized. So it's all the way against the fingerboard, right? Fingerboard radius. So I transfer this radius here. Yeah. Above the, so this will all make sense once I remove it. And I show you like this. Okay, so the half pencil made the mark. Now I don't want to rely on the half pencil mark too much. It's just a rough guide, right? And I forgot to do something important. So here I'm just a little bit proud of the surface, and again with the half pencil here I just mark off where we're going to cut this. Okay, now we're good. Now I can remove this. I'm going to cut it and I'm going to sand it. So bone dust really isn't good for you. It's not asbestos, but it's still not good. All right. Where's the other vise? The little one. Oh, here it is. And if you watched at the beginning of this show, you will remember trick that I use to cut it 90 degrees here. So I'm oversizing everything still a little bit for now. So now I'm getting really close to the final measurement, which means I really don't want to fracture my nut. Or my workpiece. It's not a nut yet. Ah. So I just flipped it. And I use the same technique to start a new incision on the other side. And I'm not putting any significant pressure. There you go. Good. No fracture. Little piece like this. Okay. Garbage. All right. So we have this now. Now here we have this curve that I will shape on the disc sander. So we don't need this big vise for this. All right. We are getting there. Just like that. Well, just for fun, I want to see how far from the original it is. So the original was not really shaped nicely. Yeah. And like I said, I don't want to really sand it down all the way to that line. So here is where I do want to use a vacuum cleaner hooked up to the disc sander. Yeah, it's not a perfect fit. I still need to figure this out, but it's better than nothing. All right. So at the guitar crackery fabrication shop, I have a 10-inch disc sander. Sometimes I take these things there, but now I'm doing it here. Okay. So now we finally have a what I would call a prefabricated blank, not slotted, unslotted prefabricated blank. And now we'll cut the slots. Sorry, I just remembered something. Okay. We won't use this anymore on this project. All right. So we shall continue. And we won't use the half pencil anymore either. Where's my sheath for the pencil? Where did I put it? It is important. I hate that. Oh, here it is. We don't need this either. And we don't need this. We will need the mechanical pencil, the vise, and the big vise as well, and the guitar. Okay. We'll need X-Acto blades as well. But we need to do a little prep work on the nut shelf. So I'm removing the truss rod cover. Okay. So let me explain what needs to be done. So when you, let's say if you use a file or something, let's say that this is a file. Let's pretend this is a file, and you are filing the nut shelf, the bottom. Well, it's easy to rock it a little bit. In that case, you produce a slightly radiused surface. So when you install a nut which is straight, it might be rocking a little bit. You might be seeing a little gap here and there. So there's a couple of ways to deal with this. So one way, because this is fairly straight, would be, see, I'm making a line here. And now let's take this thing here. And on the edge here, okay. So I'm removing microns, right, from the middle. And you can see that I only removed from the middle. My pencil marks here and here are still there, right? And I'm just going to remove a little bit more. So because this is fairly straight, I just checked. Let me check with a straight edge. Now there's a little rocking here. So we want to make sure that we remove everything from here. Here we have something. Okay. Oh, no more rocking. So at this point, yeah, because we don't want to create gaps, right? I am going to check this. And in the interest of time, let's not like switch cameras and microscopes and all that just now. Just trust me. I'm going to hold it down like this. And I will look on both sides. I think it needs a little more. So I'm not touching anything at the edge, right? Just here. And honestly, the amount I'm removing is microscopic. But this is wider than the chisel, right? So I want to make sure I hit the entire width of this nut shelf. See how I have the sandpaper here? That's a self-adhesive sandpaper. Sometimes I put a little bit on the bottom of the nut and do a little bit of this wiggling. I don't think we'll need to do this trick this time. Oh, and I can already see without the magnifying glass that this is completely flush. And let me check the other side. this too, although there's a little damage on the side, but that has nothing to do with this being seated. It's actually a little bit away from the shelf. Yeah. I think you will, I will show you a view of this once I shape the two sides of the nut, all right, later. Now we just need to get it installed, well, slotted and installed, okay? Okay. So I won't glue it in just yet. So this goes here. Okay. So we got it perfect. So now when I actually tighten the conical shape of the, countersunk screws and the countersunk holes, pulls it in this direction. And then this part is pushing the nut, you see? I can almost lift the guitar. But I think you saw how it's really tight, right? Okay, so I'm pushing it down. Checking and double checking before we do any cutting. Okay, that's that. Now we take our string spacing rule. And that's something that I might want to show you through the microscope, just because it'll be easier to see, and honestly, I want to be able to see what I'm doing. Okay, so just like that. We need to find, let me move the guitar a little bit. We need to find, so fender would be from this red dot to this red dot, okay? And you see that that's not it. So we need to find the spacing. Maybe that's it. So let's make sure we have 6 strings. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Right? I'm looking at these lines that we made. I think we're good. I think that's it. Okay. And here now I'm going to mark it off a little bit. I'll put a temporary pencil mark here. And there's already a red dot here, which I'm going to redo like this. Okay. So that's for fender. Not every fender. Mexican fender for sure. Okay. And for this, we double check from here to there. That's what we want, right? And now we're going to transfer this same measurement. Hold on, let me put the cap on. So I have this mechanical pencil. It's 0.3 millimeters. And as you can see, I'm holding this down like that. And first, I'm going to transfer, I guess, these two, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. Okay, so this moved a little bit. I don't want it to move, right? So here. Is this good? There's a little bit of a parallax shift. Interesting. So I see the parallax shift when I look at the camera image on the monitor, but not through the optical system. So this is a bit too wide, right? This is an eraser. We good like this, yeah. All right. Focus. All right. So we're going to use this logarithmic string spacing rule to mark off the positions. So the strings aren't spaced evenly center to center. We just want even distances between the strings, and the strings are thicker on the bass side, right? What am I looking for? This. Okay. So now, once again, we place this here, now on top. So where are we? Here and here. Okay. And now the question is, yeah. I almost had a question. Okay. Et voila. So we have this a little bit overexposed here for this camera. And the first thing we'll do is we'll use an X-Acto blade to make our first incision. So this is a little kit. It's getting a little loud here, which is normal. They just finished a rehearsal. While they, figure out their thing, they're talking about a colonoscopy. I don't know what. I overheard something. I can do a colonoscopy here. I have, oh no, it's an endoscope camera. Yeah, I think it would work. So Mr. Fats says, hi peeps, we're still hanging in there. Saturday night, 15 minutes till Colombo. Oh, you're gonna watch Colombo? Okay. What am I looking for? I forgot. Oh, I was going to put a link. So, X-Acto. Well, I was going to put a link to those blades. I don't have a link, a ready-made link, I think. Cutting, maybe? No, all right. So, let me think. Okay. Uh, we need a little more light, and we need to start with this blade. So I'm going to start at the corner. Okay. You can't start with the file. You need to start with a blade like this. Okay. That's that. And next, always want to put the blade away. We use our razor, what is it called? Razor saw, right? Always start slow. And I am starting at the corner. Look at that. You see? So, and then slowly. Oops. Okay. Same thing here. Now this one is slightly off center. I can see that. So I'm going to try to compensate now. Okay. This one is slightly off center. So even with a really sharp blade, you can see that it's not always easy to hit it dead center. With a file, forget about it. I tried. All right. And this. Okay. I think we're good. All right, for now. So now we can put this away. And we need the files. Where does this go? I always forget. Here. And here we have the files. We don't need this anymore. I do need this. I do need a short mental break. So, 6 more people watching. Yeah, YouTube isn't pushing these things. I don't know if there's a hype button to click on. I guess not during a live stream, because you can always hype the videos. Maybe once it's in replay mode. Yeah, so I uploaded a video on the main channel about Gibson warranty. One person clicked the hype button. So please go to the main channel, the latest video. I think the hype button only stays up for the first week or something. What is this thing appearing here? Engage with your audience. There's a number 1. I don't know what that means. I am engaging with my audience. Now, do I need to write a comment? Thank you. No, not thank you. That's usually what I said. And okay, Mr. Fats, your channel is good, but only interesting to people and techs that watch for tips and learning more. I think non-guitar people wouldn't be into this. Yeah. But I recently discovered a channel. An art restorer has a channel. I think he's in Chicago. And sometimes he does live streams. And you'd think that even less people would want to learn that. But his channel is much bigger. So he's doing something right. Okay. So now we start filing with files. I want to make sure that I use the right file gauges. Let me see what strings we have for this guitar. I know the customer brought a pack of strings. Did I put them in the bag? Stringjoy strings. Oh, they're here. 11 to 50. All right. So we'll use this. Even if I have 10 to 46 on the guitar, we will use files for these strings. All right. So let me put this here. So I will start with a 10 gauge file. Zoom in maybe. Yeah, I think the exposure will be better if I zoom in because of the light distribution. Okay. Okay, so we're looking at the E string slot. Just a little bit. Now I have the marking on the front, but whatever. I'm doing it this way now. I could even do this in the vise. This doesn't need to be done on the guitar, and sometimes that's how I do it. But this way, but this time I'll do it this way. And you see that I'm already kind of shaping it, okay? So, first pass. Now, the second pass is going to be done with the 13 gauge file, but I'll start at the B string, right? I don't want to widen this one. That makes sense. Okay, so that's that. We'll need this file. And next, 17 gauge file. So it's going to be a 13 gauge string, I'm sorry, 18 gauge string, but we don't have an 18 gauge file. We have a 20, we have a 17, we'll use the 17 for the G string. The G string is right here. So we progressively widen it, right? Okay. Okay, so next string is going to be a 28, but we don't want to jump to a 28, so I'm going to use this file. So this time I'm not going to remove it from the holder, just to widen it a little bit. That's a 20. All right. And next one that I'm going to use is going to be a 24. So those two files are just to transition to a 28, right? And next file will be a 28. So since I'll keep using it for the actual job, I take it out. All right. Next is going to be a 38. So once again, so that's the 28, two more to file, right? That's the 32 to transition. A 38 gauge file does not exist. We have a 36. Okay. Yeah, and then a 50 next. So we use a 42 first. Then a 46. And now a 50. Okay. So now those are my, let's call them preliminary string slots, whatever. They're way higher than we want them to be. So let me place the other files inside, those transitional files, right? Sizes. All right. Now we put the strings back. Those are, once again, sacrificial strings. And then we do a knot job, a regular knot job. All right. And we'll resolve this string tree issue at the end. To be honest with you, I think that this single string tree can take both strings, the E and the B, because of the misalignment of the string tree that I showed you at the beginning. Yeah. So it's either that or redrilling the hole for the string tree. Okay. So here, let me try to play the guitar. Actually, let me check first. Yeah, way too high. Okay, this is unplayable. I don't need to try to play the guitar. But this is how I want it to be at this point. All right, mental break again. Let me, I kept drinking, but I didn't log my water intake. So why don't I do that? And let's check Instagram. Let's see what's happening on Instagram. Some more positive thinking. So the stories keep getting deleted after 24 hours. I posted a story with a link to this live stream. I don't know if people take advantage of that or not. "25 people saw the story, the announcement for this live stream. Oh, Dr. Stefan Skogan saw it and liked it. Thank you. And I see you here, if you're still here. So did the announcement work for you? Or are you still here? Did the Instagram announcement work for you, Dr. Stefan? If you're still here, let me know. Or did you get the YouTube alert? Okay, and what else? My buddy Benaya, who's a drummer, where is he today? Phenomenal drummer. It doesn't say, chance that's my dog, he says. I'll give him a heart. He posted 2 little videos on Instagram stories. Let's see. So I got 10K followers, 196,000 views on the most popular video or reel. Almost 200,000. So it'll be hitting 200,000 in a couple of days, I guess. All right, enough Instagram. Yeah, I know this is kind of weird, but I think this will work for this guitar because of how this string tree was badly installed. Let me show you. This is what we have. Okay, so that's it. 2 strings going through a single string tree guide, right? And this is fine. This one is on the right side, and the B string is on the left side, and the B string goes to the B tuner, and this is the G string. It's fine. Now on this side, it's like this. I guess we could kind of turn this a little bit. So I guess I need to release the screw a little bit. Push it. And tighten it. Now it twists. Better? I think so. So yes, so for my taste, this is too close to this tuning machine post. That's how they made these guitars. Okay. Before we start filing the nut, I want to make sure that it's seated right. It is. Okay, and you know what? Let me try to play this E string. It's too high at the nut. So let's file it down first, because that was the main repair on this guitar. So we have it here. Focus. Do you see that I'm tilting the file a little bit? So this helps shape it into more like a V. V as in Victor or Victoria shape. And obviously I'm doing first the easy tap test. It's way higher than we want it to be, so let's keep filing. Okay. I'm gonna just get it close to where I want it to be. Still too high. It's getting there. Still needs a little adjustment. I'll leave it as is for now. And here we'll start with this one. I need to put my switcher app back on. Here it is. I'm going to measure anything just yet. In fact, to be honest, I can do the whole knot without measuring anything. And it would be fine. Measuring the height, right? Just by eyeballing the little tap test. I can do that. Most technicians can do that. Anyone with experience can do that. Well, it doesn't happen often, but it happened yesterday. I cut one string slot too low. Damn. So I had to make a new nut. And it was just a Squire Strat. It was a Squire Mini for kids. But, you know, I don't fill it. So I gave them an upgrade. Because these Squires, they come with a nut too high. Kids can't play that. So I always sell a nut adjustment job on those, or I won't work on them. I'm gonna try to make a setup work when I know the nut is too high. But anyway, I cut the G string too low. Damn. And I started with a low E, right? So that was the fourth string. Yeah, so every now and then that happens, right? I can't remember when was the last time I cut the string too low, but it doesn't happen often. If it happens on this job, I'm gonna have to cut a new nut. So I'll be careful. Still too high. Just a little bit more. So now it's good. In fact, it could just be left like this. So now, let me take the guitar. Well, this is a big improvement. I mean, yeah, I can still slip it, but yeah. It would be better if this bridge was even narrower, but you know, you can't find them. This is what it is. Much better than a telly. On a telly, on most tellies, the string is much closer. Okay, let's continue. It's not playtime, it's work time. So that was a 50 gauge file. This one is a 38 gauge. It's going to be a 38 gauge string. So I have a 36 gauge file, or a 42. 42 is too far off. I'll use a 36. And you know, I'll just be a little loose with, you know, the way I file it. I mean, this is still handmade nut, right? It's not a machine that cuts it exactly at 36. There's still wiggling going on when I file it, or anyone. Okay. Too much space, you see that? So you see how you fatigue the strings? That's why I gotta put a set of sacrificial strings. I don't want to, this, can break a string. I don't want to break a string joy string. Especially because I think these are round core. I don't know. Yeah. So the round core strings can get loose. The windings can get loose if you do these kind of maneuvers with it. Oops. Okay, this is the comfort zone. Next one is a 28. So that's a 26 gauge string right now. It's going to be a 28 gauge string. So we're getting close to completion. That's that. Still too high. I like to tell my customers that this is like jewelry work. When they first hear how much it costs, it's time consuming. So this is my comfort zone here. I could go a little lower, just a touch. The final adjustment will be made with the final strings on. Okay. Okay, so we're good on this one. Two more. All right. 17 gauge file. It will be an 18 gauge string, and right now it's a 16 gauge string. Okay. Okay. I know it was going to be too high, but just checking. less tilting now that I'm closer to, the final depth. Just a little more. Checking a little more frequently now. Okay, so this is that. And now let me see. Okay, I think everybody left. Just a little bit more. Okay, let's see. I watch mostly, so Mr. Fat says, I watch mostly tech channels, car repair, guitar repair, etc., home repair. Yeah, there was this show, what was it called? This Old House. I kind of, enjoyed watching that. Home improvements. You know, they were a little bit, it was a little bit, of a show. I didn't think those guys were very honest. Okay, that's good. Look at that. You can almost not see it, but there is a little movement, right? We might be good on this one. So we have one more to go. The B string. All right, let's do it. And you see how it fits inside the slot? Because the slot is cut like a V, right? Because I do this tilting. Okay. All right. Just a little more. No more tilting. Okay. I think we're good for now on this one. Yeah. Okay. It's still a little high, but good for now. Okay, and now we move to the next stage. I'm going to put the nut in the vise, and we are going to work on the top. And or we could work on the sides now. Why not? Let's work on the sides. I think that's better. We could go either way, to be honest. Yeah, I'll work on the sides. All right. Why don't we do that? So I said that I would show you the sides, right? I'm going to do this now. So first of all, this is how we tape it off. I guess this one can be hugging this, but I don't want the bottom tape to be hugging this. Let me first show you through the microscope. Like that, you see? So now there's a little gap in front, right? That's the plate, the truss rod cover. That doesn't matter. And now I'm going to put this tape here, a little bit away from here, from the bottom edge. Okay? Because this part of the neck is curved. So I'll be able to do this. Okay? So first, I do want to kind of shape this at an angle. So you see what I'm doing, right? Just straight at an angle. And then I'll transition. So now we can start working on this surface. I started ripping through this tape, but I didn't make the finish yet. So I'm going to move this tape slightly away from the bottom edge so that I can catch that surface, right? Because this is, again, this is a curved surface here. So I don't know if I can completely eliminate that edge, because this surface itself is curved. You can see that reflection right there, right? So this is going, so that's the high point of refraction, right? Right there that I'm pointing at. So in this case, I still think we'll have a little bit of a lip, little step, which in this case is going to be acceptable. Okay. Feels good, right? So now we can work on the other side. I'm just kind of holding the guitar by the headstock here. So once again, we want to first do this part at a, I don't know, 10 degree, 20 degree angle, whatever that is. This way we reduce the surface area of the part that we're filing, right? And we also curving it. Almost there. Feels really good already. Can't even feel the transition. Yeah, all right. I think we're good. So now I'll remove the nut. I'll remove the strings. We're done with these strings. Okay, this took much longer than I had hoped. 3 hours, 18 minutes almost. We're almost done with the setup anyway. It's going to be the biggest part of the setup. I don't even need to adjust the truss rod. I know already. So yeah, let's remove the strings. Where's my this thing? Okay. I don't think they can be reused, but just in case, because this is a long uh, distance. I want to try to save them in case. I don't think we need to put these back, just in case. Yeah, and the final strings. Yeah, I was gonna do that method that I told you, like for the Bixby. I think I changed my mind about that because, well, sometimes I can break a string when I do that, and these are string joy strings. So let's not risk it because I don't have an extra pack. So next time we do like a Bixby or just kind of tremolo. Like I said, I'll make a video for the main channel anyway. So now I'll remove this nut, and we have just a little bit of work to do um, on the final shaping of it. So here, I just need to loosen this. Just loosen it a little bit. Comes right off. And now, let me put the guitar here. Okay. Where's the little vise here? Okay. looks good. Look. Looks good. So, fine. So if you use a file like this, always use the, you know, fine side. I can also use that piece of glass with the sandpaper. I'm kind of rounding off the top just a little bit. Let me see. Okay. The corners a little bit like this. Careful not to touch the, part that's aligning with the side of the neck, right? Yeah, I think we're good. And now, just take a little sandpaper. Okay, not this surface and not this surface. Yeah, it feels nicely rounded off. Maybe just a little more here. We're good. All right. Here it is. Whatever. Let's keep it together. Let's finish the job. I'm going to use a little bit of glue, tiny little bit. So first we want to loosen this, maybe even all the way remove it. Okay. And I am only going to put glue here, right? So two little dots, that's it. And to apply the glue, I am just going to use this tool, right? Nothing special. Oop. See, I almost spilled glue on my carpet. One dot, two dots. Okay. Oh, you know what? It's an open shelf. We need to move more glue, put more glue, even if we have that truss rod cover there. Okay. Okay. So we want to only put glue if we can on the end grain of the wood, right? So that we don't rip the shelf if we need to remove the nut. And now we place the nut here, right? So okay, I can see a tiny bit of squeeze out here. And now this cover, as you know, will push it against the fingerboard. That's it. It's aligned. Now, there's a little bit of squeeze out here, which I'm going to remove like this. Okay. That's it. Okay. Now we can put strings on this. So we are putting string joy strings. Let's see. 8 people watching. 5 likes. So 3 people don't like it. What's up with that? All right, strings. I wonder if I should do a separate live stream for the final setup, or if we should just continue. Let's just continue. And we have the old nut here. We have the old bridge here. So that goes in the case, front pocket. All right. looks like I'll be staying late because I got other guitars to work on again. All right. String Joy. How do you open? Okay, here. I'm not a big fan of their packaging. Anything that needs tools to open, I'm not a fan of. And then individually packed on the inside, I'm not a fan of that. Takes time to open. You should watch the YouTube String Joy YouTube channel. That guy is smart, the owner. Yeah. His name is Scott something. It's amazing how he just built this string manufacturing company on his own. I think on his own. I think they're in Nashville. So we put these strings on, and then we do a final adjustment on individual string slots wherever needed. I like the Dario color uh, string ends. All right, so just making sure that these are good. Yeah. Okay, so we're good on this. All right, so let me think for a moment here. So first, I was thinking, should I do that lock? And in fact, there's another reason why no. Because when I do that lock, that's actually only good for a slanted headstock, not for this. So I'm not going to do the lock. That special lock for the Bixby. All right. And this is more like a Fender headstock. So definitely not doing that. Because what I want to achieve here, especially on the first E string, is a couple of wraps to keep the string to add to the break angle. Okay. 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 So this wants to go here, but we need to be outside of that string tree. As we've discussed already. Okay, so this is a bit tricky here. But this is how it needs to be. All right, now we move the nut. Damn it. That's not good. This is still sticky. So we need to redo this, okay? Same procedure. Right, same thing you just saw me do. And once again, I'm seeing a little squeeze out there. So let's remove it. So I just need to be more careful now that I know that this could be an issue. And like we said, this string tree is going to take 2 strings. A bit unusual, but it's an unusual guitar as well. And this is where the string can pull the nut, right? So I'm not going to tighten it. So let's put these 2 strings back. Without tightening too much. No, it's not moving. Okay. Still keeping it loose. So these are low ratio tuners. Seems like. Okay. Now I'm going to slowly increase string tension, 1 string at a time, and then go back and forth so the nut doesn't move. Oh, and I need to put this string tree inside that bag. Let me do that. So if the owner really wants to reinstall it, he can. Okay, it's right here. So the 2 E strings go straight through the nut, not at an angle. So I'm going to tighten those first. Now, slight tension on the A and slight tension on the B. So the G string is really loose. I think the tremolo is, moving. Okay. Let me see. So, I mean, the guitar's not in tune yet, but the strings are closer together than they used to be. I guess I should put the original nut in that little baggie as well. Where I put it. No, I'll find it. Don't need this. My battery is low. Are we going to leave the string trees along? Yeah. Because I looked on the Chicago Music Exchange website. They had one listed. And it's supposed to have 2 string trees just this way. Except that those are a little closer together than on this one. So once again, these guitars were, handmade. And sometimes some factory workers might not have been trained properly. So they, installed them too far apart. But it still kind of works kind of like this. Yeah. I don't recommend putting that string tree in the middle. I'm slowly increasing string tension so that I don't move the nut. Okay. Okay, so we know we can't really adjust the truss rod. We already talked about this, but it's fine the way it is. And so I did the fret work. Then we'll adjust the bridge height, intonation, and we'll be done. Oh yeah, we gotta adjust the nut a little bit wherever needed. Let me use the tuner. I don't want to accidentally over tighten expensive strings that I can't replace today. Okay, we're good like this. did quite a lot of work today together, you guys and I. I like the company. You guys are great. You have good taste in YouTube channel and YouTube channels. And now, like I said, final adjustment on the nut height. About to happen. Autofocus, manual focus. Right. All right. Oh. Where I put the old nut? It's got to be here somewhere. I'll find out. Put it in the bag. Right. So my phone is there. Okay. No problem. So here, I'm tapping. We gotta focus a little better. It's just a little high. I was counting on that, right? Still looks a little high to me. Oh, one of our members, Stefan Skogan, is building a workbench. You should check out his Instagram account. Is it Stefan Skogan on Instagram? Let me check. Let me check. I think he's in Norway. Hold on, I follow him. Following. S.Skogen underscore solutions. Right? S.Skogen underscore solutions. SSS. Okay. Let me see how many comments I have that I need to reply to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They can wait, obviously. I'm busy. My battery is at 21%. Right, just a little more. Sorry. Oh, okay. Where were we? Here. Let me take a measurement. Just a little more. This might be it. This looks good. It sounds good also. Maybe a little bit more. That's great. All right, let me show you. See? So that's the little gap that remains here. All right, so we move on, and through the microscope we check that we don't have wiggling inside of the string slot. So now we move on to this one. That's the A string, obviously, and that's a 38 gauge string. We use the 36 gauge file, if you recall, because there's no such thing as a 38 gauge file. But we can be a little bit, I don't want to use the word loose, but you know what I mean. I think you know what I mean. Just a little more. Oh, this looks good. I'm gonna leave it at that. Maybe it's a little higher than I want it to be. Let's do one more. One more pass, and that's it. I don't even need to measure it. I can hear the tap. Look at that. Perfect. Okay, so now we move on to this one. 28 gauge file. We make sure we don't move the nut, right? When we do this. That's perfect. Yeah, I can hear a little tap. Now this one. That's also perfect. Where are we here? Okay. too high, but let me just measure. One more pass, I think. We're good on this one as well. And one more, and we're done. One more pass. I think we're good. Perfect. See? Okay. The B string, just a little bit, etc. Right? So, we're good. Now, I want to lube the nut a little bit with a lubricant. That's the Tune It lubricant. I want to put a link. Tune It. I just add these links. If you guys want to buy, it pays me a small commission at no extra cost to you. Amazon affiliate links. Huh. This is a good lubricant. The dairy also makes a lubricant. I think they're both good. You only need a microscopic amount. Okay, and now we just finish our setup. And we'll be done with this bad boy. Squeezed out too much. Okay. Yeah, we want to put the lubricant, especially with a guitar that has a tremolo vibrato system. Okay. Now, like I said, we're not going to be setting up the truss rod, the neck relief. So we set up the action now. We can't move the truss rod. Oh, I did move it once. Yeah, I had that special tool, right? But right now it's good. And now, how do we set up the action? It's too high. So it's a Epiphone style, so we can turn these with a flat head screwdriver. Okay, I think that works. Okay. Intonation. So I'll just use the strobe tuner for that one. Sometimes I do it through the audio interface. Sometimes I just use the strobe tuner, Peterson. Same result. Okay, let's see which screwdriver I can use. Can I use this one? Or do I need to use this one? Oops. I almost knocked down my thing. Yeah, I guess I'll use this one. All right. And then pickups and we'll be done. Just a little sharp. That's a roller bridge. I think I'm gonna have to move the B then as well, so I might move it now. Perfect. B. G. Both just a little tiny sharp. G is good. B. Perfect. D. Perfect. E. a little flat, and A also a little flat. Still a little flat on both of them. Very small amount. And we're done. Okay. Okay, now I want to hear the pickups, and we're done. I have an amp here. You won't really hear it, but you're not working on the guitar. I am, so I need to hear it. I don't spend too much time on pickup adjustments, pickup height. I'm just gonna lower the neck pickup a bit. Okay, we are done. Okay, that's it. We've come to the end of this project. This is the guitar. Right. The owner of this guitar is actually very stylish. I know you're watching, but no, seriously. You can tell he's a musician just by, first impression. Even without a guitar in his hands, you can tell. Okay, kids, that's it. All right? Now, I'm gonna have to say goodbye and maybe see you. No, won't see you later because I got another guitar to work on. The guy wants to pick it up on Wednesday, and I just want to make sure it's done. Because because I want to do also maybe a review of that guitar. I want to record a review, okay? So I want to record a review. I'm only installing a pickup on it. This pickup. It's a Hi-Flier. I already reviewed it, I think, on this channel. I think so. We did an impromptu review. Okay, it's been here for like a month and a half or something, but I got so many guitars, so. Okay, so I had some setbacks, complications, and this and that. Sometimes people just need to be patient. Big setback was my internet connection. Yeah, all right. So kids, time to go. All right. Still need to find that nut. I mean, he doesn't need it. He's got a new nut. But I like to, maybe I already put it in the bag. I'll look. It's not here for whatever reason. Did I drop it? I don't think so. All right. I got to clean up. I'll find it. Okay, kids. Dr. Jeffrey Boyle says bye. Yeah. Thank you all for all right. That's it. I gotta go. Okay. Good night. Yeah. Yeah. So 6 likes, 6 viewers. I guess you all clicked like. If there's a hype button, click it. Maybe during the replay or something. Or maybe you can watch the replay from. Oh yeah, and hype. Go to my main channel. Please hype that Gibson video, Gibson warranty. Okay, I make these videos for the community to benefit. They got to help me out a little bit too. Oh, look at that. It's 10, 10. 10, 10. Okay, gotta go. Bye-bye.